go. I got the lav.
Can you get VO for teases real quick? Can you get VO for some teases real quick? Please and thank you. Asked by Irma. Oh crap, where are my earbuds? I just had them. Oh, there they are. Okay, thank you, Jesus. Okay.
Huh? Okay, I got you.
Okay, stand by for like a live tease with just your shot. They want me out of this shot. They just went to break. This is a mic check. I'm doing a mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? People need to stop calling me. People need to stop texting me. Phil, why is Phil calling me again? Jesus. Huh?
Turn your microphone back on.
I know. The mic is on. Oh.
No.
I can't hear you.
Look.
Oh, it's a turtle. Yeah. No, what am I doing? Hang on, my phone keeps dying. Oh my God. He keeps walking to us. He's walking. What do I do?
Nothing.
You think he's okay?
Yeah, he'll probably go up over there.
Okay. Should we try to put him back in the water or will he die?
I don't know if it's one of those that swims. I don't think it is.
Okay. Okay. We're going to show that turtle.
You're gonna get from the...
They want me off camera. They want the river shot. Should I turn him around at least? I'm afraid he's going to go in the street and get hit.
in front of this light. That one's for that. So you can get in front of this one.
Got it. Turn around, buddy. Don't come towards us. He keeps walking towards us. What do I do? We need him for our live shot. I don't want him to get hit by a car. I don't want him to get hit.
No, but in reality, if it goes to the other side, there's nothing going there. He's better off on this side, whatever happens. Away out first.
Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Stand by. Be prepared to show that turtle after we show the crazy water. I'm going to go this way. This way. Well, it is getting so bad. We've seen emergency crews up and down the main street here on Thompson. Let me show you what Louise Hayes Parks looks like. It is just a wall of water, trees just kind of pushed to the side here, and you can probably hear the gushing water as it kind of races down. One of the main streets we came down, we kept seeing cars just parked with their flashers, and that's because the water was on that street. It has since receded, but it looks like it's actually making its way back on the roadways here. I want to show you something kind of unique. This is what washed up on the street here. It's a turtle. Look at this. Maybe just kind of was tired of being in the water, and now it's kind of making its way. We're going to have to turn it around. I don't want it on the street. I don't want anything to happen to this little turtle. You know, you see the wildlife. It's just unnatural for so much water to be in the river. So this little guy maybe needs to make its way onto the grass. I don't know. I don't want it to be on the street. I don't want it to get hit by a car, but it's too dangerous to be in all of this water. This river is just too much for the animals, the wildlife. We've seen it all happen here. So this is what it looks like. This is what it sounds like here along the Guadalupe River. We do know that the Calvary Temple off 534 is taking people in, and if you can make it there safely, they are evacuating people there who have too much water maybe inside their home. They tell them that that's where they can evacuate safely. But again, we've seen a lot of emergency responders up and down the streets to make sure people are okay. They say if you can't, simply shelter in place. That's what they're asking you to do. Shelter in place. That is the best thing for you until this rain lets up and it dries out and we can get a little better sense of things as the day breaks. We'll continue to be out here live, bringing you the latest details, bringing you updates on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. Reporting live from Kerrville, I'm Christina Velion. We will send it back to you. Yeah, absolutely. And I feel bad for first responders because they have to make decisions in the dark. And as you can imagine, coming up upon water, we were driving up on one of the main roads and we're like, why is it so bumpy? Well, it was because there were rocks on the road. Rocks on the road, presumably because there was so much water on the road. And off to the side were these stalled vehicles where presumably there was so much water at that point in time. And these cars were just stuck on the road. So these first responders, hats off to them. God bless them. They have to make decisions very quickly. And you know, it is difficult when you're in a situation like that. They've got to evacuate people, they've got to treat people, they've got to triage people very quickly, and then make life-changing decisions for them too. And that's why they've got a shelter in place. Again, they've got this temple off 534. They say if you can make it there safely, great. If not, they're just asking people to shelter in place because who knows who's flooded, who needs to be evacuated, and who can just stay put. And when it's dark, you know, you're in a place where you don't want to leave your house because you don't know when you're going to come upon water, and that's what makes it so difficult. Yeah. Hey, Turtle, right here, I'm going to turn him around. I don't want him on the street, seriously. I'm going to turn him around. Yeah, or I might put him in the grass because the river might be too much for him. He was breathing pretty hard. Yeah, I might put him in the grass here. He might become our pet for the morning. I don't know. He was, because yeah. I know. Yeah. All right. Okay. You are not going in the street. Do you hear me? You're not going in the street, buddy. I got you. You're not going back in the water. You're breathing hard. Going to break, going to break. Okay, we're in the break. Calvary Temple, okay. Little guy, you're going to stay right here with me, okay? He doesn't even want to walk. He's tired. Look at him. Okay, thank you. We're in the break. We're up next. Again, we'll show the water, then we'll show our little friend.
Yeah. But, be in this light right here.
Yes, we're up next on Fox. I heard you. Yeah. Yes, I can hear you. Oh, look at these copycats. I guess it's the best form of flattery, right? When you get copied, right? Hi, can you hear me? Can you see me? Hello, hello, hello. We hope you like the show. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Mm-hmm.
It's come down a little bit. It's come down.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Intro. Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. We are live off of Thompson Street. It's one of the main streets that goes right to Louise Hayes Park. It's a park that we were at just a couple of weeks ago where they were kind of having ceremonies on the anniversary of the July 4th flooding event. And look at this. Guadalupe River is now flooding again 1 year and a few days later. Look at this. We've got a wall of water just gushing again along the Guadalupe River. You can see that tree swayed over as more and more water just races down this river. So it's just a sad reminder of what we saw 1 year ago and a few days after that. And as that rain continues, we've seen main streets flooded, and we've also seen this wash up and just start walking over to us. A turtle just getting out of the water and breathing really, really hard, just kind of trying to get to safety. It finally stopped breathing and tucked its little legs and arms in, and we don't want it to walk any further because then it would walk right into the street. So we're going to make sure it doesn't do that. I mean, it's just incredible to see the wildlife and everything, just because it's so unnatural what's happening out here. This little guy just wanted to make it to safety, and we're going to make sure it stays that way throughout the morning. We don't want it walking any further because then it would be in the middle of Thompson Street, which is going to be a busy street later on today. But all we've seen on it right now, for the most part, are first responders out here, and they're making sure to keep the peace and that nothing else is going on. One of the other main streets, we saw a lot of cars with their flashers on, and we were driving over what looked like there were rocks and stuff, and it's presumably because the street was flooded earlier and those cars were probably stuck in that water and trying to get to safety at some point. And now that water has receded, but it probably will go back up again. Now, I did speak to dispatch earlier on our way over here, and they said Calvary Temple off 534 was a shelter if you were taking in water and could get there safely. If not, they asked that you shelter in place and give them a call if you needed assistance. But right now, Calvary Temple off 534 was a shelter, that they had some people there and they were evacuating people to that location. If not, that they asked that you please shelter in place because the rain is coming down. So that's what it looks like here. Reporting live from Kerrville, I'm Christina Vellion, Fox SA. We will send it back to you. He's turning.
He is he can swim, yeah.
I know he can, and he just came out of the water, and did you see him puffing and puffing? He was just like, if he goes back into the water, will you get video of it and stuff? Because you know they're going to want to know this turtle's plight.
I'll try.
Everybody wants to know what's going to happen to this turtle. Look at him, look at him, look at him. I'm going to get some video right now. I mean, that's the story right now. David Chancellor was all up in this turtle's face. He asked me, he did a follow-up question about the turtle. Didn't care about the people. Can you live stream the turtle? They're live streaming the picture.
They want the turtle? Okay.
Get a picture, please. The turtle. Get the
Turtle?
picture. They want the turtle. Are they coming back?
No, that's...
Is that Bill?
No.
He's going back in. Got it? Okay, my mic is on now. My mic is on. What's the best video of the day? Video of the day. Hi, I'm asking them to cut video. I'm here. I'm asking them to cut video of that turtle walking back into the water. You can't see it anymore, right? It went into the water all by itself. All by itself. It just needed a breather, man. It was breathing so hard. Yeah. So sweet. So sweet. Yeah, it went back in. I didn't have to turn it around. I didn't even have to turn it around or anything. It went back in all on its own. So sweet.
It's still there.
Oh, is it there? Where is it? Where is it? Can you zoom in? Can you see it if you zoom in or no? I'm obsessed with this turtle now. I love him. I mean, I don't want to take him home, but I do love him.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-zone weather team.
Can you see it if I tell you to zoom, or is it a pain in the butt?
Take you outside
Okay.
a dangerous situation with the flooding in Kerr County. Flash flood emergency for Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville, downstream.
I do want to try because I'm a pain. I asked Irma to edit the video so we don't have to do that again, obviously. Sorry. I don't know why. Can you? Please stop group texting. Okay. Can you see him? He's in the water, right?
He went back up that way. He's probably over there.
Oh,
I don't see him.
okay. We won't do it then. So till 9 in the morning, it's going to be raining. She's going to edit it with him walking. That way you don't mess with it. I mean, that's what people will talk about this morning. You know what I mean? It beats the deer struggling. I don't want to see, it hurts me to watch that. We'll probably have it for our KBB hit when we do that next, because she's doing it now. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, right now we're not seeing a lot of cars on the roadways. We're seeing a lot of first responders on the roadways, just making sure that the streets pretty much are desolate. They don't want a lot of people on the roadways here, but because we're at Louise Hayes Park, the river runs right through, Guadalupe River, and I want to show you what it looks like here. We were out here right around the July 4th weekend where they were having some services in honor of the folks who died at Camp Mystic and the others who lost their lives, 139 of them. And now it is almost, fast forward 1 year, just an ominous event again, because we've got so much flooding and the rain still coming down. I was out here last year around this time too. Just a sad and scary situation for so many people. You can see the rains as they continue to pick up and just wash all of the trees. You can see the trees again pushed off to the side, and it's such a familiar scene and a scary situation, as you can imagine, for so many people out here who have experienced this and were at this 1 year ago. So this is what it looks like here at Louise Hayes Park as the Guadalupe continues to rise, and they are experiencing this one more time. So this is what we're dealing with here, and this is the Guadalupe River. You can see kind of a foam at the top of it here because the water does continue to rage. First responders are doing a great job driving all over this town, just making sure that the street lights are working, that people don't need help, they're not in danger, and they are evacuating people if they need to. But again, as you mentioned, they are asking people shelter in place and do their best to make sure that they are doing okay. Now, you might be wondering in the last half hour about our friend the turtle that was all here on the side. Well, he turned around on his own, took some breaths, and started walking and making his way down to the water on his own. And we're going to show you that video in the next hour. We're happy to say that he did kind of walk very slowly, looked at the water, stayed looking at the water for some time, and then just walked himself right back into the water. So David, you are right. They do live for a long time, and I guess he just needed a breather and then walked right back in. So hopefully he is doing all right this morning. Live in Kerrville, I'm Christina De Leon. We will send it back to you. Yes, yes. No. Yeah. I didn't. No. No, I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it at all because his little arms and his little legs were in, and he kept looking around, and on his own, he put his head around, and it turned his whole body around, and he did it all on his own. We have video of it. We're going to show it to you in the next half hour. We're just trying to get it edited. Irma does an excellent job. Yeah, me too. And he did it all on his own. But what was funny is he was looking at the water for a long time, and then he just kind of waddled his way in all on his own. We'll show it to you the next half hour. We'll send it back to you. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. 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 Okay, we just went to break. Did you hear him? He's like, I kind of obsessed about it too. I was all looking up what you should. He's not in the water. He's like, I'm going to do KSAT's live shots now. Oh. Oh. Okay, we just went to break, just so you know. It's Phil again, isn't it?
They were in a black car.
What's that?
That was sound familiar.
Who was it?
That was Kate.
Oh,
Their car.
got it. Yes, I'm right here. I'm right here. Thank you. Absolutely. Yes, we're ready. We're ready. Stand by, stand by. Yeah, right now the rain continues to be a deluge us basically with the wet stuff basically coming down from above. I'm going to show you what the Guadalupe River looks like. It continues to just have its way with us here, just moving the trees about and making its way all throughout Louise Hayes Park. This is just kind of sadly a familiar scene than what we had last year over at Camp Mystic and all of this area in the hill country. Just a scary situation as so many roads are closed here in Kerrville, and Kerrville police asking people simply to shelter in place or go to one of the shelters. There's one at off of 534. They say that's where they're evacuating people if they absolutely need to. If not, they're asking people to shelter in place. Now, we haven't heard of any injuries or anything serious so far, but again, this is still the middle of the night or early in the morning. We've seen a lot of first responders on roads, but for the most part, really not a lot of these roads have been traveled. So we won't know the full extent of all of the damage until day has broken. So that's what it looks like here in Kerrville as the rain continues to pummel us here in this area, this part of the hill country. Now, in the last half hour, you saw a turtle that we kind of had as our little pet that had made its way out of the water and was breathing kind of heavy. Well, within the last half hour, it kind of was looking out, kind of turned around on its own and started walking back to the water on its own and made its way back under the little gates here and walked right back in towards the water. And that's what it was doing. So that's what we saw. And it made its way right back towards the water. So that's great news for there. I think it just needed to come out, maybe take a breather for a minute, and maybe making its way back to its home. So that is great news there. We should show you that video in the next half hour. We're having the editors do a great job editing it and putting it back together for you. They might have to put it on, speed it up a little bit because we're talking about a turtle, right? So we will show you that here a little bit later on, but that is great news for the turtle. Hopefully it is doing okay this morning. It just needed to take a little break for a little bit because that current is pretty fast this morning, and hopefully it is doing just fine. But for now, that is the latest reporting live from Kerrville. I'm Christina Villon, Fox SA. We will send it back to you. Okay, that video should be ready now.
Chris, can you cut my question mark? I need to preserve my battery life with livestock.
On, mic is on. We're in the open for KBB. The videos are in of our little turtle guy. It's a good, I'm glad you spotted it. I didn't even know. Yes, I am. Do you have both my videos? Do you have both my videos? I'm here. I'm here. Is there any way that you can Is there any way that you can pan the video? Pan your camera over there to show those emergency vehicles? Okay. Okay, we're coming up. I can't see the camera. There we go. Yeah, I think they are getting a little worse. The rain is coming down with a vengeance right now. I want to show you the Guadalupe, what you can see of it. It's still kind of dark, although it is starting to lighten up a bit. The water is not flowing with that foam, but you know what? It is rising. You can hear the rain, can't you? It is coming down so hard. So the river must be rising, as Brad mentioned, 15 feet within an hour. So as you can imagine, this is just getting treacherous for anybody and everybody out here. I want Fernando to take a pan here, if he can, to the street. This is what it's looked like throughout the day. You see those first responders? They have been all over the streets here doing an excellent job, just kind of making sure everything is safe, because now the roadways are starting to flood, which they had been flooding, but you can see they are just kind of making sure everything is safe. The parking lots, the streets, if anybody needs help, they're making sure to give them the help that they need and making sure that people are safe. There is a shelter off 534 that we talked to Phil about, but for the most part, when we talked to dispatch, when we called the police, they just ask people not to get out of their home. Just stay put. I mean, look at the weather. Do you want to be out here like this? Nobody wants to be out here like this. So hopefully we had not heard of any injuries or any damage, major damages, or anybody's life in danger. But as day breaks, that remains to be seen. We'll get more reports on that. So the rain continues to fall and fall really, really hard. There is no need for you to be out in these conditions at all. Really, leave it to the professionals here with law enforcement to get to anything that needs to be tended to. But right now, there's no need for anybody to be outside. Let us just tell you what's going on, and that's what we can do best for you, to best serve you, which is what we're here to do. And you may be wondering about that turtle that we saw. Let's show you the video. The turtle made it back on its own. We didn't have to touch him or do anything. He turned around after taking all those breaths, and he decided to walk right back in towards the water. Just needed a breather. He just needed a break. So there's the video. Hopefully we sped it up because this is a turtle we're talking about. And just kind of walked right back towards the Guadalupe River, right under the little barriers there, and just walked right towards the water right there. And hopefully doing just fine this morning. It's a lot for him to take in because nothing here is natural this morning at all. So he just needed a little break for a little bit. Hopefully doing just fine this morning. But for now, that is the latest. We will bring you updates all morning long from Kerrville. I'm Christina Belli on Fox SA. Listen it back to you. Okay. Okay, we are dialing in for nonstop. Okay. Why is she sending me stuff while I'm in the middle of my live shot? Okay. Okay. We're in the open for nonstop. Keep getting texts. Aren't you glad you're not getting as drenched as I am?
I don't mind.
No, we're actually both getting pretty drenched.
I don't mind. I don't want the camera.
No, I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. I think I thought we were in nonstop. I think they just took their break, so. It's just going to be one of those days, man. I'm here. Do you have both the videos? Do you have both the videos? Do you have both my videos? All right, good. So my turtle videos in there. Something to end on a good note on. What a great day. I think those people are just like stuck in the, like they're not going anywhere. They're just like hanging out in the parking lot there, you know? As they should. What's that?
Can you zip up and where do you have the,
Oh,
that way water?
gotcha. Can you zip me? Well, I think I got it. No, I got it. I was doing it with one hand, that's why. we go. Yeah, for the most part, not a lot of cars on the roadways, maybe a handful or so, but mainly first responders on the roadways as the rain actually starts to get worse out here. This is what it looks like. I want to show you what the Guadalupe River looks like here. It's looking like a big lake, actually. It doesn't even look like a river anymore. It has swollen up a bit, as you can imagine, just getting worse by the minute. Up 15 feet in about an hour is what we're hearing. And it is a sad, dark, grim reminder of what we saw last year around this time when we lost 139 people in the hill country as a result of all the flooding. And it does appear that more is to come as the rains simply will not let up. A sad and scary and ominous situation out here. Now, as we get a little bit more daylight, you can see just how bad it is as the waters just continue to fall. And the Guadalupe River just gets wider and wider and wider. A lot of the roads are simply impassable this morning, and that's why first responders are reminding people to shelter in place. Now, they did do some evacuations, taking them to a shelter, but they are telling people if you can just shelter in place. They don't want to have to do those evacuations unless absolutely necessary and get to the highest levels of their homes if absolutely needed to, because this is a flash flood warning. They're in a serious situation, but just hunker down where you are. You don't want to be out and about. That's what first responders are going to be doing, and what we're here doing, just to show you what it looks like out here. Just treacherous conditions of roadways that will soon be flooded again. They've been seeing that for the last few days, and that's what they're dealing with and will deal with again here. Now, in the last hour, we talked to you about a turtle that actually came up and was breathing pretty hard. That was kind of our little pet mascot. Just when we got out here, he was just here on the road and made his way back to the water. Let's show you the video. Kind of did it on his own and turned around, started walking back underneath the closures here and made his way right back towards the water. So hopefully back to safety, back where he belongs, right back in the water. So if there's any good news, maybe that is it from today. Hopefully we don't have any bad news. We didn't hear of any injuries or anything bad as a result of all of the flooding. Hopefully everybody stays put and we don't have any bad results. We're going to stay here all morning long and let you know any more details as we get them on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. But for now, that is the latest. Reporting live in Kerrville, I'm Christina Del Young. We listen it back to you. I have not heard them at all. I haven't heard them, but you know what? I'll call the police department right now and find out for myself. Have not heard flood sirens, have not seen flooded streets. We drove up and down the streets just fine. So don't know if they are working, haven't heard them myself, have seen a lot of first responders. I can tell you that. So don't know the answer to that, but I will find out and I can answer that question on social media. Yeah, I'll find out. Yeah. Right. I gotta go do a live for KI. I gotta do a live for KI. I'm dialed in. using your shot. They're gonna take me. They just took the shot, so. Talking to Betty. I'm not Betty. If you're thinking I'm Betty, I'm not Betty. Can you call this number? They kept calling me Betty. I think they thought I was Betty. Call this number and tell them that I think they called me Betty and I think they thought I was Betty. His name is Zach.
Which one? 210?
Yeah, that one.
That's Phil. That's the San Antonio number. That's Phil.
Oh. Hello? Hello? Hello, this is Christina De Leon from San Antonio. Okay, this is Zach's number, Zach's direct number. 512-798-2104.
You really want me to tell him?
Tell them that I'm on this IFB that they keep calling Betty. That's the booth. I think that's the booth. Is it not answering?
It said this mailbox is full.
Go to this, call him directly then. It's 512-798-2104. His name is Zach. He's their EP. Here's the number to the booth. Oh, God. The number, you have to look at them. I'm sorry, I can't see them. Who's texting me?
If you can,
Oh.
all these numbers go to like voicemail.
I gotta do the KBB hit, so. Okay, we're at KBB. He said they ran tight, so just go to KBB. Oh, look at this. Should we look at the road now? This street. When they turn on this street, they're having a hard time. That truck was having a hard time when he turned. He's okay now, but right when he turned, there was water on either side.
going this way? Like you?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm sorry. Here we go. We're next. Stand by. No, it's actually getting worse. In fact, some of the roadways looks like they're starting to flood. The only cars we're seeing on the street are first responders, big rigs, or trucks, pickup trucks, and they're very far and few between. Look at the water now. You can starting to see a nice, basically, it looks like a lake out here, and there's a movement to the lake, and the water has risen so much so we're starting to see it rise to where it's getting closer to the picnic tables here at Louise Hayes Park. And it is starting to move gently. So it now looks like a gentle lake moving, and the water has swollen. This river doesn't even look like a river anymore. It's actually getting scary looking, very scary looking. And this is where it gets so dangerous here. You don't even want to leave your house if absolutely necessary. And we talked about this before, staying into the center part of your house, the highest level parts of your home. This is beginning to get so dangerous, as Brad mentioned. You want to be able to save yourself in a situation like this. This is a place where first responders really cannot get to everyone if you are in a dangerous situation. For the most part, this will recede eventually once this rain stops. If you're in a low-lying area, that's where you may be in danger. But hopefully this rain will let up eventually. But we've seen days and days of it. That's why we wanted to show you the water and show you how much it swelled. This is what the Guadalupe River looks like, though. It has just swollen so much. This is why the roads are flooded. This is why you should not be out. This is why they've had some evacuation in order in some of the low-lying areas, which is where Phil has been. But it has just become unbearable for people who might live in low-lying areas. And if you're somewhere where you're a little bit higher, just don't go anywhere this morning. There is no need to do that today. You want to just hunker down, stay in place, and make sure that first responders are able to do their jobs and maybe not clog up those 911 calls, and just be in a place where you're safe with your family and aren't going to be doing anything today, because this is just simply not worth it to be outside at all today. But for now, that is the latest reporting live from Kerrville. I'm Christina De Leon, Fox SA. We'll send it back to you. Oh. We probably need to call into OAI, I would think, right? Stand by, stand by. I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? I'm here. Ugh. So maybe we'll move to, because we keep showing the water. I mean, you want to move to the street a little bit too? Can you show any? I mean, not move, but pan. Okay. How people have their flashers on, you know.
We can show that the lights on.
Okay. Okay, we'll do that. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, it is astonishing to watch it just from when we got here to now. I mean, the Guadalupe River has risen in the last hour 15 feet, just to give you an example, and that's in 1 hour. Let me show you what it looks like now. It looks like a lake, just a lake with the calm rush there going, and it is incredible to watch how much this river has risen. It is unbelievable there. We've even got a little bit of a tree bush down, and it is incredible. And it just continues to rise. In fact, I don't know if you can see on the bridge there that there's still cars going on that bridge, but one of them went by and it just had a spray of water passing through. I don't know when that bridge is going to close. We've got so much water that's coming down. Let me get you onto this street here. There was a little bit of flooding going on this street. The street light is out. The only cars we're seeing are high-profile vehicles on this street for the most part. Some of them have their flashers on. The ones that we do see, again, are either first responders or high-profile vehicles, because those are the ones, for the most part, that can get around. I mean, you don't want to necessarily take your chances. And if you see the traffic lights are out, see, you can see the water off to the side with some of these, with these trucks, and it's because there's so much water on the roadways here. This is Thompson Street and Cully here in Kerrville, but you can see for the most part a ghost town. Not a lot of cars on the roadways, and that's what it needs to look like, because nobody wants to be out in this mess right now as we continue a flash flood warning here in Kerrville, because it is simply just too dangerous to be out. With that flash flood warning comes an emergency order to stay in the highest part of your home. Do not leave, shelter in place. They don't want people to evacuate until absolutely necessary. You can see the water there on either side of that vehicle. It is simply too dangerous. You don't want to be out in this area unless you absolutely have an emergency, which they hope no one does. You can see more of that water from either side of the vehicle. See, these roads eventually will have to shut down because they will start to flood. We've seen so much rain come through here, and the rain has only gotten heavier as this morning has progressed. You can probably hear it on the microphone here, and it will continue to stay that way. Jeanette mentioned until at least 9 o'clock this morning. So we'll continue to stay on top of it, bring you more coverage as the morning progresses, and that's what it's going to look like all morning long. And who knows how much more this river will swell, how high it'll get. I've been watching a picnic table, and now we're getting to one of the seats on the picnic table. We're getting closer to that. So I'm going to continue to watch all morning long, bring you more details on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. We actually have this picture live streaming. I'm having to talk louder because this rain is getting louder. Please be safe out there. San Antonio and anybody in this Kerrville community have not gotten any updates on those flood sirens. Have not heard them myself, but I will find out for you if I can get anybody to answer when I call the Kerrville police. I've been doing live shots everywhere, so I haven't gotten a chance to give them a call. But so far, we have not heard of any injuries, anybody seriously hurt. But if I get any updates, I will bring them to you on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. We'll send it back to you. No, this is the Guadalupe River, and it used to be such narrower, skinnier, and it looked like that when we were out here for 4th of July weekend. It has gotten wider and bigger and more swollen as we've been out here. Again, it has risen 15 feet in 1 hour, if that gives you any idea of just how much rain and how much residual we've seen in the last 2 days. It has just gotten so much larger. The immensity and the proportion of the amount of rain that we have received, it just gives you an idea of what it looks like. A lake out here now. I mean, it's unreal, unreal. So when we joked about that turtle and everything, it was coming up here. We found it when we just drove up here. It was breathing hard, and I was not kidding about it. It just needed a breath because of the intensity and the sheer monstrosity of what this has become out here. It is unnatural, even for the wildlife out here. It is just unreal what we've been seeing, throughout the night, throughout this morning. It is unreal for anybody to sustain or for handle, and that includes the wildlife. I mean, it is just not normal what's happening, as Jeanette can tell you. These floodwaters, as they train and continue through this area, and we've seen it for the last few days, and it doesn't seem like there's any end in sight. But like you said, after 9 o'clock, maybe we'll get a break and it'll recede a little bit, and this will come down a little bit. But we'll stay on top of all of it, and we'll bring you more details as we get them, and we will show you those pictures. This picture is streaming on our Facebook account, and you can watch for yourself how it may recede throughout the morning. But this rain simply hasn't let up.
morning. We're out here in Kerrville, and it's July 4th, 2025, all over again. We are at Louis Hayes Park, and Guadalupe is probably about 33 feet right now. And I just gotta say, what we do in TV news is dangerous. We don't, we tell y'all, hey, don't come out here. We'll come out here for y'all and show y'all what it's like. But you don't want to do this, be a news crew and be close to the water like that, because at any point it could all just come back. A second wave could just come back higher and sweep you up. And these people are down here setting a bad example for us news people.
hot.
Well, take a look at this. Photojournalist David Mendoza, he is always in the thick of everything. And he was up in Bernie when he captured this moment where there were deer that were being washed away in the flash flooding. Now, a lot of people, this has been widespread on social media, a lot of people worried about their safety. So we checked with some experts, and they said that deer are known to swim more than 2.
Hello. We hope you like the show. Good morning.
I got you. Nice waterfall.
You like that? You know, we're in a tropical,
Looks just like something out of Oregon.
yeah, vacation spot, you know. Oh, look at the doggy over there. Do you see the doggy over there?
Oh, yeah.
He's like, what is going on?
It looks like the water is coming.
Buddy, you're hitting me too much with the umbrella.
Yes. Yes, we are. IFB. Okay, gotcha. Moving over to IFB2. Check. Can you hear me? Mic check. Mic check. Yes, I can. Okay, that's fine. Yes. Do you still have my earbud?
What's that?
Do you still have my earbud?
I think.
Did you? It's okay. I still have one in. I'm calling you.
Got it. We're good.
I'm gonna make sure.
So when you start talking, you need to step out of the way.
Me?
Yeah, when you start talking, step out of the way.
Hey, this is Highway 27. This is just outside of Comfort, headed towards Center Point. We have crews staging right here, swiftwater rescue crews staging on this flooded over highway. Now, just right before I set up my camera shot, I saw some Army vehicles headed through this. Right now, this stretch of 27 is completely impassable. A little earlier, we did see Travis County's helicopter up here, and I see a large piece of debris floating in the water back there. We did see Travis County's helicopter, search and rescue helicopter up here. We're hearing of some possible water rescues in the area. This is actually Wilson Creek. This is right off the Guadalupe River, so it's a point where the Guadalupe splits off into this little creek that has completely flooded the road. The Guadalupe is just south of Highway 27, past these trees right here. The entire road is blocked. 27, a lot of parts of it are completely impassable right now due to the Guadalupe flooding. As you know, I said it before, this is striking some familiar chords of what we were seeing during the floods of last year. Not a good situation up here in Comfort right now, and I don't expect things to improve anytime soon. I will be on the scene. I'll let you know what else I come across out here. Back to you in the studio.
You good, man?
I have to do
I think I'm gonna move around behind the truck, fire truck a little bit.
Okay. I have one more hit to do. I
Two sets and
have to switch back between. This is David. Six 3 wasn't working for me.
what?
I'm talking to. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Is it fine now?
Are we good now?
Why did I lose? I lost IFB.
I don't know. Ainsley, are we good? Hello?
Hey David, so I am on Highway 27 right now. This is the road leading from Comfort, Texas to Center Point, Texas. It's completely flooded over right now. Keep in mind that Highway 27 borders the Guadalupe River in a lot of spots. We have swiftwater rescue crews staged just before the road really gets flooded over. This is also Wilson Creek, so the Guadalupe splits into this creek area. That creek has now flooded the road. Like I said, the Guadalupe is just south of these trees, on the other side of these trees. Also hearing flood sirens in the area. A little earlier we saw Travis County's search and rescue helicopter flying above me. Those images we saw earlier of the Guadalupe River, it's extremely full right now. This is a potentially life-threatening situation unless you reach higher ground. We've seen a lot of emergency crews mobilized. Actually, I've seen swiftwater rescue crews right here, as well as heading the opposite direction on Highway 27. So I do believe crews are mobilizing, if not actively performing water rescues at the moment. Now, shortly before I got this shut up, we also did see some Army rescue vehicles making their way through this water. Highway 27 is really impassable in a lot of spots due to flooding. So I'm not sure how residents are going to make their way down towards the Comfort. I don't believe they'll actually be able to make their way down towards the Comfort. They might have to go north if they are planning to evacuate, or head eastbound to try to reach higher ground. Definitely a situation out here. I'm going to continue throughout the city, possibly even try to get an aerial view of things. I will keep you updated and let you know what else I come across out here. Back to you guys in the studio. There is, if you're in Center Point, you cannot come south towards Comfort. If you're in Comfort, you cannot go north towards Center Point. Highway 27 is flooded over due to its proximity to the Guadalupe River. David? Yes, these are... This is from what I can see over here, looks like we got Montgomery County ESD. They are currently blocking the road. Crew from outside of the city of Comfort, they're here staging for water rescues. They have 2 swiftwater rescue boats. I believe they're just waiting to be called upon before entering the water. This is most likely preemptive in case they need to rescue somebody. But like I said earlier, I saw these swiftwater boats headed in both directions, this way and then southbound towards Comfort. There might be some active water rescues going on. This was the first scene I've seen where these boats are staged. We have about 7 to 8 to 9 people out there geared up and ready to go for any kind of water rescue situation. But again, Highway 27 impassable at the moment. We've got a lot of water on it. The Guadalupe is flooding, as well as Wilson Creek right here. As we look in the background, we can kind of see this offshoot Wilson Creek completely flooded over the road. And if I get a little closer, we can see that mailbox in the background along with some debris, heavy debris, floating through this water right now. Again, I'm probably going to make my way a little south, get a little closer to the Guadalupe, see if I can find some homes, see the status of the nearby neighborhoods in the area, and I will keep you updated with what I find. Marisa?
So the rain has just started to pick back up here outside of Concord on top of it's going also, I've been told that
Hey, I'm probably going to try to make my way closer down to the Guadalupe. And if there's nothing I can really show there, then I'm going to head back to this scene. But I need to go check how they're doing down there. I've seen a couple boats go by. I'll have road cam on while I go and inspect things. Okay. All right. I'll dial in too. Bye. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Highway 27. I'm in Comfort. Hey, I can show you what I'm seeing right now. So I'm actually off of Highway 27 onto Herman Sons Road, right next to an RV resort. We're seeing a lot of these guys out here pack up their stuff and move away from the river, but I can actually show you. I believe this is Wilson Creek. This is directly off the Guadalupe. If you're able to look a little down at my screen, we have a completely flooded road. People making their way past these barriers, checking out this flood that's going on. A lot of fast moving water down there. Definitely flooded out. Now, I've also had the chance to make my way, try to get down to the Guadalupe. A lot of the roads are currently blocked off at the Guadalupe, but I've been able to kind of peer through these trees and see how high this river is. This river, the Guadalupe River, is extremely high right now. Very high, very wide, and very fast moving. If you give me a chance, I can get my camera out and show you a little closer how fast these waters are moving. I know the road cam doesn't do it justice, but we're seeing a lot of roads flooded over right now. We have seen a lot of emergency management out on scene, a lot of swift water rescue boats, Kendall County sheriffs. Everyone is prepared for any sort of disaster that may happen. So far, I have not heard of any injury or loss of life, but I got my ears open, I got my eyes open. I'll keep updating you with what I see out here. Back to you in the studio for now. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, perfect. We're gonna go to a package. I'm waiting for an owner, but be prepared for the 8% total Tuesday.
Okay. I'm in Comfort.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Hey Marisa, well, I pulled over onto Hermanson's Road. I'm not sure if you can see, but directly in front of me there is a helicopter on top of the Guadalupe River right now. So what I'm looking at right now is a completely flooded road. It's a combination of Wilson Creek and the Guadalupe River. They've kind of become one right now because the Guadalupe is so high. That water in front of me is moving very, very quickly, and it's very wide. So the body of water itself is extremely wide right now. Actually, that's the Army. That's an Army Black Hawk that just flew by right now. So I'm also right next to an RV park. That water is creeping up towards the edge of that RV park, but I'm not seeing panic in the RV park right now. It looks like there's still plenty of RVs on here. It does look like people are alert and on standby, but I'm not seeing a mass evacuation of people stationed at this RV park. Right now, a lot of roads are closed in the city of Comfort. Highway 27, this road that I'm on right now, Hermanson's Road, is closed due to water flooding the roadways. Again, I've seen a lot of emergency personnel throughout the city staging. We saw those swift water rescue boats there staging a little earlier in the morning. But I have seen a presence here. I did hear some flood sirens going off. I don't believe that there is a mass panic going on in the city. There is a lot of water right now. Give me a second here, and I'm going to try to get above this river, check it out, and let you know how exactly wide it is. That's actually the Army helicopter. You'll be able to hear him, or you hear him right now, but you'll be able to see him here just in a second as they pass across in front of road cam. So we have a lot of low-flying helicopters in the area, really inspecting the river right now. Again, I'm going to try to get above this river. I'll let you know what it looks like from top down. Back to you for the moment. I do, right off of Hermanson's Road. It should be. So yes, that's it. There's still plenty of RV campers here with people out making their way to the edge of this flooded river right now, checking it out. Again, I'm not seeing a panic of the people in this park. Everyone's just on alert. That's the best way I can put it. They're on alert, ready to move. Everyone's outside of their RVs, but there's not a hurry, get out of here kind of situation. But again, let me get a better look at this river and flooding. I'll let you know what I see. Well, it's a different world. It's a very different scene than what I was seeing a year ago. Last year, I was seeing mass destruction as far as the eye could see in between the Hunt Ingram area to Center Point. This year, you know, I see some flooded RVs here. I see a very high Guadalupe River. I'm not seeing all the helicopters that I did see last year with the massive emergency response. It's, you know, I think a lot of that plays into when last year's actually struck, which was July the 4th. There were a lot of people in here. And, you know, we have that experience under our belt. These communities have that experience under their belt now. They're a lot more prepared this time around. So I'm just seeing a flooded river right now. Again, I'm not seeing a lot of emergency response. We did see those swift water rescue boats a little bit earlier on standby. I haven't seen any active rescues this morning. A lot of roads in the area are closed, and this flood, this massive flood, is not happening in the dark overnight hours. So we're able to actually see what's happening directly in front of us. So we see a very full Guadalupe River with roads closed, and it's a massive flood. I'm not going to deny that. It is a very massive flood right now. Actually, what is this over here? That just might be a tree. That's a small tree. But the river's moving incredibly fast. It is a disaster situation due to the volume, the width, and the speed of this river. Stay away from it at all costs. You know, some of these RVs, like you were saying, are destroyed in this area, along with these sunken vehicles that you see directly in the middle of the screen. So we got some totaled vehicles, some totaled RVs, but that's the extent that I have seen up to this point. But again, it's just massive amount of water headed through the Comfort area right now. Again, if you are wondering, I am off of Hermanson's Road and Highway 27 here, just west of Comfort. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't look like they've suffered any serious damage, and it does look like they're on stilts right now. So, yeah, you're 100% correct. And if you look in the background, you can also see that swimming pool that is not flooded over, just cresting on the swimming pool there. Yeah, but like I was saying, it's definitely a different situation than what we saw last year. Now, who's to say if there are active water rescues happening right now? I haven't heard of any up to this point. We do have those crews on standby, and we have a very flooded landscape right now due to this massive flooding of the Guadalupe River. I'm going to be above this area. If I come across anything else, I will let you know, Brad. Back to you. Hey, David, you can talk to me right now. Hey, David, so this is that RV park that that I was talking about earlier, still in that location right next to it. As you can see, a little corner of this RV park was damaged by these flood waters right here. Again, this was a combination of the offshoot of Wilson Creek and the Guadalupe River. So you can see a couple of vehicles completely totaled, along with a few RV units. But again, there's still a lot of people in this park right now along it. I haven't seen a mass evacuation of this park, but let's get back to the river, because that is a very, very big Guadalupe River right now. You know, I was over on the other side earlier, and we noticed that there were some houses across the way. Let me see if I can find them again. It's quite a bit, but they were on stilts, so the water just made it up to the point where they were on stilts. Undamaged homes. Up to this point, I've only seen really a incredibly flooded Guadalupe River. It's all means a disaster when it comes to the river size and width and strength, but we are not seeing what we saw last year around this same time, with the absolute devastation as far as the eye could see, because I was up doing aerial work for that event as well. As you can see right here, that the water is just outside of this home. Again, very massive Guadalupe River at the moment, very fast moving as well, as you can see right here with these rapids. Back to you guys in the studio. Yeah, that's what it looks like. I'm seeing a whole lot of land damage. Granted, I am in this one fixed position. I'm unable to access Highway 27 due to flooding at the Wilson Creek area. I would make my way a little north, but look here, we do have some debris floating down the river right now. That's another difference that I did see. Is that I'm not seeing all these trees like I saw last year being completely washed down the river. That appears to be some sort of barrier, a highway barrier making its way down the river right now. I'm not seeing all the massive amount of debris that I was seeing last year with the immense destruction of the trees. I'm questioning, is that because a lot of the trees on the Guadalupe were actually already broken and washed down from last year? I know I made my way up to the Hunt Ingram area pretty recently, and the vegetation in that area is still pretty barren and destroyed. So maybe that is the reason why I'm not seeing as much. Other than that, it is a very full river, still a very dangerous, potentially life-threatening situation, and something that we need to be on top of, which we are at the station, and the public needs to be aware of, and exercise extreme caution around this river due to its fullness at the moment. David? At the moment, I have not heard anything about camps. I haven't heard really anything about active water rescues. The most that I've seen so far is those swift water rescue boats, coupled with the Army helicopter that passed in front of us earlier while we were talking. But even then, They weren't rushed. There's not mass helicopters in the area like we saw last year. So much to the point where the FAA put up an active TFR because there was so much air traffic in that area, coupled with drones and people coming with their helicopters into the city of Kerrville to attempt to help rescue people. We're not seeing any of that. As you can see in front of me, the sky looks completely clear and calm of all aviation right now except myself. Just a different situation than what we were seeing. Still life-threatening nonetheless. David? Yeah, absolutely. You have to respect the Guadalupe River. You know, it can be, not only can it bring fun times, but it also can be extremely destructive. You zoom in a little here. Just look at that string. If you yourself were to enter this body of water right now, I would guess, I mean, me personally, I think I would be immediately swept under. And I'm a pretty, you know, class swimmer, very strong swimmer myself. There's just no standing a chance against this murky, dark, fast-moving water. I can't even imagine how it would be in total blackness out here at night with the power of this river. Even getting a leg in, I feel like, you know, the possibility of getting swept away is extremely high due to how fast it is moving. Again, just to the public, exercise caution around this. This isn't over just yet. The river's wide. Stay away from it and be aware. David?
Drone?
What? Yes, yes, sir. Yeah, it's absolutely raging this morning. Right now I am on the Comfort City limits. Actually, I think we have DPS over here to my left. There's a DPS helicopter perhaps circling this area of the Guadalupe River. Looks to be, let me see if I can get my road camera on it. We can see that helicopter directly right there. Yeah, he's following the river right now. Again, I'm just on the outskirts of Comfort, in between Comfort and I-10. That river is still extremely high. Now, from what I've seen, and I think I mentioned it earlier, is that we're not seeing near the amount of debris in the river that we saw with the vehicles and the large tree trunks and the destruction that we were seeing like we did last year. Briefly, before I exit Comfort, I wanted to say that Highway 27 is closed, shut down in your, I want to say, the westbound lanes of Comfort right now, almost immediately outside of Comfort, because of the road flooding that's taking place on Highway 27. The eastbound lanes of Highway 27 are allowed to exit into the Comfort area towards I-10. Again, I'm not hearing of any current ongoing water rescues at the moment in Comfort. The Guadalupe River, like you were saying, is raging, is very high, is very wide right now. A lot of, actually, I might need to back up because I see a house off in my distance. I'm not sure if that has been washed down the river or if that house was already there, but there's some substantial flooding to a house that I see kind of pushed into these trees. We'll have to go and check some satellite imagery and see if that house was there before. But as I do that, I will let you know. I'm actually going to pull off to the side of the road over here. I'll be able to get you a fixed shot of what I'm seeing and keep you updated. Back to you, Brad. This is, it might be technically 87, the business route of 87, but it does lead into 27. Brad? What is going on here? Why can I not get on 10 West? To get on 10 West, because people are just parking and it's hard to tell. It's crazy. Okay. Hey, David. Well, I'm heading to Kerrville right now, leaving my my post next to that RV park in Comfort. Now, something interesting I noticed on my way out is that they have currently closed Highway 27 westbound to Center Point from the pretty much outside of Comfort, immediately outside of Comfort. The eastbound traffic on Highway 27 is still allowed to exit. However, the westbound lanes, no one's being let in due to road flooding along Highway 27. Now, we saw some substantial road flooding in that area a little earlier in the morning. When I left, we did still have those barricades up. We had the fire department out there blocking the roadways. That's where we saw those swiftwater rescue crews staging a little earlier in the day. Right now, though, I'm headed 10 west, just outside of Comfort right now, about 10 miles from Kerrville. I did pass over the Guadalupe River. It's still incredibly flooded. A lot of flooding under I-10 where it passes immediately under. That river is still raging right now. Outside of that area, as I make my way westward on I-10, there's a lot of hills, not really seeing a lot of buildup on the side of the roadways. Rain is progressively getting stronger as I head into Kerrville. When I left Comfort, there was virtually zero rainfall during my departure. Didn't have to turn on my windshield wipers. Now we have to have the windshield wipers currently on because rain is getting stronger. But I'm curious to see what Kerrville is looking like from above, if I'm able to get the chance, rain permitting, of course, just to see how this river has affected the Kerrville area. I am also now currently listening to the Emergency Operations Center in Kerrville to see what they got going on there. I'll keep you updated. You know, about another 10 minutes, I'll be in Kerrville. I'll let you know what I'm seeing there. David, back to you. Not quite yet at this moment. Hopefully I'm going to find a spot to post up at near that river. I want to get my eyes on the emergency operations up there, see what they're doing. I know that we've seen what appeared to be Texas DPS as well as Army helicopters and Travis County helicopters surveying the Guadalupe River there. Air traffic is heavier in Comfort right now. I'm not sure if air traffic is going to be quite as busy in Kerrville due to the rain. We're going to have to see, though. But at the time, no, I'm not hearing of any water rescues at the moment. I'm going to keep my ears on the scanner, though. I'll let you know what I come across. David. Yeah, you know, Brad, when I left Comfort, I was virtually seeing no rainfall in the area. That's why I was able to do some aerial operations over there. Now that I make my way westward on I-10 towards Kerrville, I'm actually about 6 miles outside of Kerrville. I am seeing the rain progressively get stronger, so we have a rain situation. This also brings a question, will there be as much aerial operations from law enforcement and first responders as I saw in Comfort due to this rainfall? So as I make my way up there, we did pass over the Guadalupe River there on I-10. We did see some substantial flooding, just like we were seeing in Comfort, with that river just gets so wide when it gets this full. It's actually an incredible sight to see in person, how wide and how fast moving it is. And it's not clear water by any means. It's very dark brown water, very deadly looking, if you will, when it gets that wide. But as I head into Kerrville right now, the skies are getting grayer, more rainfall on my windshield. Roads are getting slicker. I am curious to see what the emergency operations look like in that area. So my current goal is to get real close to that Guadalupe River, listen into the Emergency Operations Center over the scanners, see what they have going on there. At the time, I'm not hearing of any current water rescues, but we will have to see when I get a little further into Kerrville. Brad, back to you. am I in SOS mode? Yeah, you can. I'm here. I'm right here. Yeah, so I was making my way through Kerrville and I came across this bridge right here. This road is actually closed. I just found myself behind the barriers due to a certain portion of road not being closed, and I came across this. From what I can tell, this is Francisco Lemos Street. That's the Guadalupe you see right there in front of me. It really shows the amount of destruction that these floods can do. Now, this is my first time in the morning that I've seen this level of destruction, especially when it comes to trees. There's also another bridge just by this with this same amount of destruction. I mentioned earlier when I was in Comfort that I wasn't seeing really large pieces of debris heading down the river. It's a different story here in Kerrville. As I look far in my distance, we can see like a lot of debris hanging from these trees, debris all over this bridge right now. What really caught my attention is the size of this tree stump over here. It's just hanging on the side of the bridge. So these waters came up high, fast, and really brought that power that we saw last year along with it. Just tons of vegetation pushed up along this bridge, and this water is still very, very high. It's cresting the bottom of this bridge right now. A lot of damage over here. We just had police here. They left before I was really able to talk to them. I think they have other things that they're dealing with right here. Fire department is still staged over here blocking this bridge immediately behind me, but just an incredible amount of damage that I'm able to see. All this green pushed up along the edges of this bridge right here. So this water was fast moving, and it really had that incredible power. Look at that root. That's just incredible to me. And you know, the camera might not do it justice, but these are actually very, very large pieces of wood that have been pushed up against this bridge. I'm going to continue in this area. I'm going to see what else I can come across. This just happened to be in my line of sight. I immediately pulled over and set up my camera. That water is still very high. If I see anything else out here, I will let you know. So this looks like it might be south right across the Guadalupe River. Yeah, I was headed on Highway 20. Go ahead. It's partially residential, so what I can show you over here, you know, and it's just so striking about Kerrville is, you know, these homes alongside the river, they're still recovering from last year. So we have a home being built up right here. There's the fire department. We have some more people on scene. Homes still being built up alongside the river. I don't know if that one was destroyed last year during the 4th of July floods, but just the contrast of how things are right now compared to how they were last year, it's really incredible. And you are correct, this is north of Louise Hayes Park. It's right off of Highway 27. I was actually making my way to the Hunt Ingram area when I came across this. There is destruction in the city of Kerrville, anywhere near the Guadalupe River. I mean, the force is there, the power is there. Don't let it fool you. I know our coverage has been no death or destruction, but that doesn't mean no power when this river gets this big. It is incredibly fast moving and incredibly wide right now, and it's deadly. It's deadly. Never let your guard down around the Guadalupe River, because it will get you. Back to you in the studio. Yeah, you know, it's a lot of destruction of trees and stuff. It's really unrecognizable. Just looks like a pile of wood. This is actually Francisca Lemos Street, as far as I can tell. It's just north of Luis Hayes Park, right off of Highway 27. So I found myself in this position just out of circumstance. I was making my way on 27 towards Hunt and Ingram. I made a detour because of a road closure, and found myself down on this closed road. As you can see, we got Texas DPS still above the Guadalupe right now. This bridge, though, has seen a lot of wood hit up against it, a lot of trees destroyed in the area. Now, what really struck me about this scene is the absolute size of this tree stump right here that has been pushed over the edge of that bridge. And if you just look a little below it, that water is still at the very bottom of that bridge. So there's still tons of rushing water, fast moving water. The Guadalupe is still raging right now. And it looks like we have the Texas game wardens over here too. And all this vegetation you see on the railing right here, that's not decorative. That is vegetation that has been ripped up and pushed due to the force of this water. It makes me believe that the water was actually over this railing at one time during the morning. So just a lot of fierce river activity in the area. I'm also hearing that there are some active rescues in the Kerrville area right now. I need to get my ear on the scanners and try to figure out where those are and where those are actively happening. But the last that I've heard, there are still active rescues here. I'm working on confirming that through listening to scanners, but I will let you know. Back to you in the studio, Brad. So this is Francisco Lemos Street. I briefly looked at the map. I'm right next to a nature preserve. I should be north of Luis Hayes Park. I am in Kerrville, that is correct. Yeah, you know, I also noticed earlier just the contrast. You know, Kerrville still on the path to recovery from last year's events. This is just alongside the Guadalupe River. We still have homes being built up. Not sure if they got destroyed in last year's flood. I do see a fresh foundation being poured, along with construction material in the area. And then another flood. You know, it's terrible to say, but another big flood happening on the Guadalupe. This could counter some of the progress that they've made. I was in the Hunt Ingram, you know, a few weeks ago, and a lot of that vegetation is still destroyed. We still have properties completely barren, still on the road to recovery. And then another flood hits. It's very unfortunate to see, but I'll keep you updated with what I come across out here. I'm going to get my ears on these scanners. Back to you. Yeah, I wanted to show you this really quick. Just passing it, leaving that area I was just at. We have a tractor out here already lifting this heavy debris off of a bridge in the area. Cleanup is already underway, so they already have crews out here actively picking up some of that debris. That is the initial bridge that caught my attention before I just showed you that other one down alongside the Guadalupe. Right now I'm just about to get onto Highway 27 and see how far I can make it up. As you saw, a lot of streets near the river are currently closed. I know the bridge over Louise Hayes Park is closed as well, but I know you can't see it yet. Looking over to my left on Highway 27, we have another bridge. Looks like there's a lot of debris on that bridge. Cars are allowed through at the moment. I'm just waiting on a green light to show you that. That destruction I saw down there alongside the Guadalupe River really caught me by surprise. Was not expecting that amount of vegetation, and shortly after we went off, I also did see another very large tree stump floating down the river, hit that bridge, go under that bridge, and then continue across through the other side. So it must have been, that's at least 500 pounds being pushed by that water like it's nothing. That water is still extremely strong. The current is very forceful. If you're really close to that river, please stay away. I've been saying that all morning. The river's no joke. The Guadalupe River is still very fast moving. But now that I make my way past this green light, we have some debris in the middle of the street right here. This is Town Creek that I'm passing over. We can see debris on the ends of this bridge right here. But I look at the river level right below me, and that river is very, very low right there. There's also a lot of mud right here. I'm not sure what's going on with this place right here, but this looks like a business that might have been flooded. I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't expecting to see that. A lot of destruction in that business right there, and that's just on the banks of Town Creek. As I make my way a little further past that down Highway 27, it looks like the water actually reached up to these businesses in a lot of spots. Mamacita's right here. Looks like we have multiple trees down, a work crew in the parking lot. So it might have flooded up here. There's a lot of rocks all over their parking lot right now. Just a lot of debris all over the road as I make my way up Highway 27 right now. Again, I'm headed towards Hunt and Ingram. So it looks like, and over here too, let me pull off in the median. I am not sure why there are cars with debris in them across the roadway. If a little to my left, I'm unable to back up right now because I'm in the center lane, but there's a car that looks like it's been parked up on rocks. I'm not sure if that was done on purpose. It has a tree wedged under the front end bumper. So yeah, I'm not sure if the flood waters actually made it up in this direction. I'll try to pull over here and show you what I'm talking about with this vehicle. But we have this Jeep right here that's been pushed up on some heavy rocks. There's a tree directly in front of it. I'm speculating at this point that the flood waters reached up here and pushed that vehicle off to the side of the road. Just unsure, but that business we did see back there, I might have to take a stop by it and ask the people that are there. They're covered in mud. If flood waters actually reached their business and destroyed their business. I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio right now. Look, I think it's the same thing we saw with the tornado yesterday. Some spots are affected by whatever disaster is happening, and some spots aren't. So some people completely unaffected in a different part of town about their business. Other people, like this business that we see in front of me, a man completely covered in mud. I'm going to see, he's right behind this blue truck right in front of me. I'm going to see if he makes his way over here, maybe get a word with him. But yeah, just different spots, different things happening. We have the city of Kerrville, looks like maintenance department pulling over here to the left of me. We have a Bobcat tractor also pulling in that parking lot. Yeah, it's, you know, I have just as many questions as you do. I'm seeing this for the first time. I'm not sure what exactly is going on here, but I'm going to try to get some answers, and I'll talk to you here momentarily. What? Oh, excuse me, Marisa. This guy just said he's watching me live. What's happening?
There's power on this one wall. The rest is all out because the whole flood went through this whole building. We're watching you live right now on a TV. We saw you pull in right here. That's when I came out.
What happened here?
Flood. The water came up from that creek right there.
The water actually came up from the creek, and
if you look right through the buildings right there, you'll see it. The water came right up. And it went through. It brought a tree through here. You can see it pulled out. It took stuff across the creek.
So that creek all the way up here. So this is a massive flood.
Behind you, it was 6 foot over this, is what someone said.
Really?
Even if it's 2 feet over that, it's crazy.
Is inside here completely destroyed?
Yes.
It is destroyed.
We pulled out components because the water went up 3.5 feet on this side and maybe 2.5 feet over there.
Do you mind if I grab my camera and join you?
Come on in.
All right, sounds good.
If you look behind you in your mirror, you'll see the trees that got stuck in that creek.
I saw that, sir. I'll be in. What was it called?
It's Quinlan Creek.
Quinlan Creek. Okay.
But you might want to make a path to this concrete and then just go down the sidewalk.
Okay, yes, sir. I'll be in momentarily. Well, back in the studio, this gentleman has invited me to come see the damage that this business has had. He told me he was watching me live, saw me pull in, and then he saw me pull back in this business, and invited me in to come see the damage. So he said this creek over here was incredibly high, 6 feet over the bridge is what he said. That's unconfirmed. We'll have to get reports on that later. But this audio-visual business right in front of me is destroyed. As he said, I'm going to grab my camera gear and go into this business with him and inspect the damage and talk with him. I'll get back to you guys shortly. Back to you.
Oh my. Well, tell me. I'm sorry if I need to stop doing what I'm doing. Just let me.
Yeah, no. Good.
I'm
Do
sure
what you need to
I'm
do.
just kind of seeing if there's anything in here. Oh God. Anything in here I can salvage. Brand, these can go. Well, that's fine. They'll be fine. No, those plugs are not hot. That comes from that. My whole breaker's gone. That only that side of the building's hot.
I know, but
Go under there where the lamp's at.
there's a lamp.
Where my light is. Oh, that's the only place. That because my whole breaker box power is gone. That comes from Travis's side.
All right, we're just about to do it.
All right.
Here, we can start outside.
All right. Remember the last name? Grona?
Droney?
Grona.
Grona.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to ask me my name. Didn't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah. So we're out here with Kevin Grona. He's actually the owner of this business right here. He was kind enough to invite me into his business to see the damage. Kevin, you just want to go over with me what happened here? When did this happen? Kind of point out the destruction that you're seeing, and then start outside and then take me inside your business.
Sure.
Show me what's going on here.
Well, so of course, after the rain, I wanted to come see how my building was, faring after the rains, and I came up here and I saw the building over here. That's the portable building. It was in the middle of the road. And of course, then I saw my parking lot and my van and the water inside the van. And then when I came into the building, I saw that all the stuff inside, the TVs, the equipment I have in here, were all pushed up against the wall into the door, and now they're sitting in a pile here. So as far as when it happened, I would assume that this started in the 3 o'clock range. That's when my electricity indicated that it went off here, but I'm not sure about that. But it looked like to me my building is probably going to be a pretty good loss. The foundation's off on the back, and I've lost a lot of different locations in the back. So.
Okay, Kevin, but we're gonna come back to this. We're hearing that the mayor's about to take something. All right, thank you. We'll come back in a second.
Mayor's talking?
Yeah, they're making a big thing
Good.
about the mayor.
The mayor's talking. Or somebody.
Of what?
I don't know who that is. That's what's his name from the city, I think.
Yeah, it's,
Sure. No, I don't care. No.
Kevin, K-E-V-I-N, last name G-R-O-N-A.
Correct.
Okay, excellent. And how old are you, sir?
57.
Yes, sir. And like you said, you've owned the building for 15 years. Is that how long you've had your business as well?
No, I've had the building for about 27 years.
No, since 2007.
2007.
Bought it.
The building.
Yes.
I don't know how long I've had the business. She's like almost a parking lot. 30, 98. Look it over. I can't have that.
you don't want to get
This
around that
location
year.
is 2007.
Yeah.
And as far as saying that basically all your jewelry, right? Like, I guess you have an estimate of how much, like, financially it cost you?
Oh, I mean, there's that right there is $15,000. That projector right there, sitting right there, gone. So I don't know. I mean, it could be every one of these TVs are recurring TVs. They're probably worth $2,500 a piece, and there's 5 of them. 1, 2, 3. There's here, 2 here. So, 75,000 probably in inventory. Probably. I don't know. Maybe not that much. I don't know. But the building is probably going to be my biggest hiccup.
Yeah. How much do you got? I mean, I know you're saying you want to dose it. I guess how much does it
It's right on the tax book. I don't know what's on the tax book. A couple $100,000, $300,000. I don't know. $400,000. I don't know. I don't have no idea. I don't know. I don't know.
Do you know roughly how big the building is? Like square feet or?
3,000 square feet. Yeah. It's got an upstairs too.
Okay.
Yeah, plus upstairs. Yeah.
Okay.
But then nothing.
3,000 square feet is like the first floor.
Yeah.
So the
And
shop is only on the first floor, right?
Yeah.
Is it
Upstairs is just an office, another office. Yeah. That's
Okay. And that portable building, what was that for?
It had all my satellite equipment in it.
When you say satellite equipment, like
Dish network.
Dish Network?
Yeah, I kept it all there.
Okay.
Yeah, because it just was a lot of it, so I left it all here.
And to make sure, so you own, of course, the audiovisual solutions. What is that exactly? Y'all sell
Home audio, home audio video.
So, okay.
Sales and installation of home audio.
Okay, and that
TVs,
includes Dish Network, the other
Dish,
contractors.
right? Dish and correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And
They're going to come back to us right after the statement from
problem.
the mayor.
No problem.
right out of y'all too.
Now turn it off. Or pause it. Just pause it. I don't want to see myself. Just pause it. Just pause it. Okay, there you go. That way you can watch what he's going to say. I don't know who this is. Who is that?
Jeff Harris.
That's right.
Council members, please go to mayor right now.
Oh. Well, what an interesting. What is today? Thursday?
Yes. 16.
Hey, Wendy, you get I think my truck's running because I was charging my phone. Will you go get my phone?
Okay, stand by. We're about to go.
I got you.
I think turn it off. It's a push button. Yeah.
Hey, Marisa. Yeah, I'm here with Kevin Grona, the owner of Audio Video Solutions here in Kerrville. His business is seemingly destroyed by the overnight flooding. Kevin, why don't you tell us what you're seeing here? What is going on in this room right now?
Well, of course, the water from the creek behind us has come in and it has taken all my inventory, which I had TVs and Sonos equipment and all the different audio video stuff we sell has been just water damaged and pushed up against the floor wall. The building has been set off of its feet because it's all definitely something's happened in the backside of the building because it's not seating like it was before. So not sure what that problem is at this point. I know my air conditioning units are gone, our electricity's out, and of course all the inventory that you see here and outside in the piles is destroyed because it's full of water. And I don't know, some of the things that were on the shelves we're able to save, but I'm not sure what those things are yet. Haven't looked through them yet, but anyway, we're gonna keep on going through it and see what we got.
Now, what time did you get here this morning to witness all of this, and what was your initial thought seeing your business in this shape?
7:30, about 7:30 this morning, and it was when I drove up this morning, I saw the building that's sitting out here now in the middle of the road, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Then I saw everything here in the parking lot, the way it looks now, and then when I opened the doors, I was able to see the destruction inside the building. And then of course, my renter next door, who has the car audio side, his is as in bad a shape as mine is, if not worse. And he had 4 foot of water in his. You can see the water line in his. Unfortunately, I can't get in there right now because I don't have the key. But my water line was right here in the building on the front side. On the back side, it was a little higher.
So how high would you say that is right there?
2.5 feet.
2.5 feet of water.
Inside the building, yeah.
So everything under 2.5 feet was destroyed completely then.
Correct.
We have mud all over the floor right now. You're covered in mud yourself.
Yep.
What have you been doing since you've been here?
Just trying to go through any inventory we had and try to get everything we had out that we could salvage and put it in vehicles and take it somewhere else so it's dry, and then try to go through it and see if they're salvageable. Some of the things were on higher ground are going to be fine, but all of my TVs, which there were quite a few TVs, I think I had 12 TVs in here, and most of those have water damage, but we'll make it through it. So.
You want to show me the outside of the
Sure.
building, show me the parking lot. I know you were mentioning the bottle caps a little earlier. What did you have to say about that?
Yeah, this used to be an old convenience store in the old days, and you can see some of the bottle caps that are still here. That every time they just kind of pop up, and then of course that's some of the things. My parking lot is destroyed, and then of course all the debris over there is from what we've taken out so far, TVs and some other items that we have not gone through, but we're still working through it. And but everything came through from Town Creek, the little creek here behind us, and you can see the debris backed up on the bridge over there.
What's the name of the creek?
Town Creek.
Town Creek.
Yeah.
It completely uprooted all this asphalt.
Yeah.
Your work van as well. Tell me about your work van.
The work van is full of mud. It has mud all in the back of it, and we were able to, at least it started, and I was able to move it, so that's a good thing. So we'll hopefully that will be salvageable.
Now, where was the actual water on this work van? Where do you think it actually got up to?
Well, I can show you, because water all that's full of mud. So I'm not sure exactly how high above that. It looks like to me it was up to there. And that was parked right here.
Man, so
Well, here you go. There's your water line right there.
there is your water line. How high is that exactly?
I would say that's over 3 feet.
Over 3 feet of water into this business. Again, this is the Audio Video Solutions business here in Kerrville, seemingly destroyed. What is the plan going forward from this?
Well, most likely I'll have to just tear it down and start over. I'll have to build a new building. I don't think that it's going to be salvageable than the fact that there's some structural damage on the backside, and we'll have to go from there.
All right, sir. Well, I appreciate you talking
No
with me.
problem.
Marisa and David, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
You
Sure.
want that back?
By Town Creek.
Yeah, I don't know that much anything else. I think this area right here got hit the hardest. I think that this Gibson's, I mean, evidently they've got a lot of damage because they're closed. This is the emergency medical for Kerrville, that's Peterson, and they're closed. We have no electricity. From the very, when I told you about the 24 inches of rain, that all came from Town Creek, Harper Road. Yeah, that was where the most rain fell, I believe. Yeah, it's going to be an uphill climb again. We made the news again, unfortunately. Hopefully this won't be as bad. Hopefully this won't be the bad news as last year. We can deal with this stuff. This stuff, yeah, this is just material thing. Right.
Are you going to continue your business still?
Yeah, I will continue the business. I will continue. Oh yeah, that's not an issue. I won't be back work this week, but I'll definitely be back work first Monday for 2 weeks. I mean, I will go to the store. I've got to call the customers, tell them, hey, I want to order right now. And we order it and go from there.
Are you planning to rebuild here?
Probably. If it will. If the city will let me.
Yeah.
That's the problem. The city will let me.
I was curious, how did you hear about like the flood waters rising? I know there's like a new system in town.
Well, I didn't hear it any time, but we had gotten multiple indications that the river is up. And and this was never going to be on my radar before. I never assumed I was going to come to this. I assumed I was going to come down here and I was going to see water on the road like normal. I thought that creek would have done that. Because it's
The back of the building is bad?
Things like that, I guess, or even with the alert system that they've like set up. What were you hearing?
So
Was it
massive.
mostly about the river itself? Just
I didn't, honestly, I didn't know.
Okay,
I
I
just heard
understand.
them, and because I am not in a flood zone where I live
Yeah.
at all, anywhere
So
close.
that's not what you're
Yeah, I wasn't even worried about
It
it.
was coming through on your phone.
Right. I know where my
Check it out.
family is. My son, nobody knew that I knew it, so I was never worried about them being any danger to the flood.
That makes sense.
And I think that our creeks are now
Oh my God. Yeah, wow.
So that water was all under the building,
Oh,
and that creek right there.
And I have not been back there, but evidently,
I remember this being wider. I don't know why.
Rod,
I
I
guess
think told
because
me
the
that
railing is that far.
transmission line that feeds this building is not there anymore.
That's a big old piece of
Oh, wow.
So that tells me that the electricity went off around 3.
It
The
is,
pole went
geez.
down somewhere around 3.
Hey, Michael, what's up?
And you got an alert for that? Like,
My alarm system.
oh, your alarm
Electricity has been
Okay.
off, and now then the battery finally went out saying that no water can stay next year.
Let me,
Okay.
okay, yeah, let me talk to the guy.
As far as your,
Okay,
I
bye.
guess, just thoughts as you're assessing all of this, I know it's surely a lot to be looking at your business in this state. I guess, what are your kind of thoughts about how you're going to move forward? What you're kind of assessing as you see here right now?
I guess it's a little bit surreal right now, honestly, so I don't know how I'm going to, I don't ability to function because a lot of my work is done on
Do you mind doing one more time? We're 2 stations. We're News 4 and Fox SA. They just asked for you on Fox.
Uh-oh.
Is it all right if I just wrap up real quick?
Yeah, wrap up, wrap up.
Okay, cool.
Let me put this, is this back, is this still on?
Let me see.
I didn't turn anything off, but I want to make sure that
It is on, yeah.
You know, my friend saying it's backwards. I don't, you know, yeah. You know, Eliza Westbrook. It's going to be
What's
more
that?
of
Eliza Westbrook?
just
She's
a
the
financial.
task director.
Yeah, well, for any, like anybody. I mean, because I'm not, I don't have
Eliza,
flood
yeah.
insurance, so to see what happens. But, I mean, I don't have a game plan. I don't have a game plan yet, but I will move forward. Oh yeah, I don't have any doubt. This will be a
David
little
Mendoza.
I'll have to jump over, so.
Yeah.
And I guess as far
Thanks,
as
thank you.
the,
Yeah, I know I never show my face.
I guess
I didn't know you were
sorry, I'm a
playing.
little distracted with the words, but who were you here with today? I know there's a few folks kind of helping you out today. Who all was helping you today?
My wife and my son and a friend of mine, Rod, and then I had some other friends here that just had to go take care of some other things. They had a brother that had some issues, so just some friends and family.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't think that I will, but if I have any follow-up questions, what's a good phone number for me to contact you on?
830-739-3719.
3719. Yes, sir. And thank you so much. This one next door is called TNT, right?
TNT Audio, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. No, he's not. He could not make it. He's stuck on the other side of town. He can't get over here. He hasn't even seen his building yet. He hasn't seen his inventory yet. I sit here and say, "Hey, Travis," I said, "I'm sorry to tell you this, but my building flooded. That means your building flooded because I own the whole thing." And he's like, "What do you mean it flooded?" I said, "You can't open your doors right now." I said, "I can see water on the other side." He goes, "Oh my gosh."
Do you know how far down like the road goes?
I do not know.
It's kind of.
No, I do not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Like I said, when I got to there and I saw that, my mind was blinded.
Yeah.
I was looking through. I was so focused on this and. But I mean, you can look over there at that air conditioning unit, which was attached to that building. Yeah. You can see it's up. It's actually laying on its side. Okay, so that's Gibson, and that unit was attached to that air flip going up, and it's now laying on the side, and all that debris. So that water was 4 or 5 foot over this for a little while. I mean, I don't know how long, but it's enough to make this happen and everything else that you see.
Thanks again.
All right, y'all go.
I really appreciate it. I hope it all goes well.
Thank you.
And,
Well, it'll go through it. It'll happen.
And this one, when they throw to me, we'll kind of go outside.
Kind of do the same thing.
Kind of do the same thing. Just tell me about the destruction that you've seen. We'll go over to your van, show the water line, and then we'll go into the business.
All right.
And it is Kevin Grona?
Grona, Grona, yeah.
Kevin Grona.
Did you get my phone? Did you find it?
I did. I gave it to your wife. She got a call.
Are you on it? Who are you talking to? It was. Was it charging even?
I didn't look at it.
I can't remember.
I didn't want to let you go to phone, but I'm trying to do it.
Yeah, you know, I don't know how bad the rest of it.
Yeah, I'm here. You got me?
It's in the truck. I gotta find a
Okay,
cue.
cool. Are we? When
Yeah,
am I going
if
hot?
you go on my dash, there'll be a cue. I just can't leave here real quick. There's my chargers in my on this white cord, and there's probably a cube in there somewhere.
We should be hot any minute now.
All right. Rod, what has Donna said about anything? I mean, she's got to get some input on something. I mean, she's got to hear some of the. They close it. The city is. Yeah. Oh yeah, right there across from the bank. Across the bank. I don't. So look at this, Rod. Look how bad that. Sorry. Just tell me when I need to stop. Look at. I just noticed that. Look at that air conditioning unit out here at Gibson's. Come over here a little further. That thing was. You see where it's attached on the top. It's flipped all the way over. So that tells you how much water is getting.
All this stuff is from
Back here. All this stuff's from back here.
Not from there, right?
I don't know. You got to find one in there somewhere. I probably have one in the van here. Brandon, look on top of the van on the dash and see if you can find a cube. Grab that cord, please.
So this didn't come from there.
I don't. Yeah. Yeah.
From there down there. That didn't.
Yeah. It'll probably just be on the very top dash, Ryan. You just got to find a black one. Yeah. So my phone's about dead, isn't it? Well, it had no electricity last night. I couldn't charge it. Can Randon charge it?
Where's it? Okay.
Randon knows where to plug it in.
Yeah, and I've got mine plugged in too. I'll do it.
Yeah, it's just that one plug further behind, I think, because it's on that wall. You can unplug anything there except for, don't unplug the direct dish network. Don't unplug the red one. Yeah, the whole strip's working. I think you ought to do this. I think you ought to do this one. Not yet. Not yet. Just stop it for now. He's getting ready to do another one, a whole nother one, on a whole nother channel. Stop. You don't stink it up.
It's dark. It's dark in there.
Yeah, right. I can't do that. I can't bring it out of my mouth and say it. I'll say something dumb.
Well, it's okay though.
I know.
It's okay to do that.
Tell me how to yell at me when Randy, we start taking some of the speakers out. I'm just gonna throw all these out. Maybe somebody will pick them up. Oh yeah. Half price speakers today if you want them. Man, those are Martin Logan's too. Those are freaking $2,000. Gone. There's no water there? There's no water? There was water this morning. Might have been what was in this thing. So water's actually gushing out right now, still. Wonder if I need to call the city about that. That'd be great if you don't. I don't even know how to get a hold of anybody. Look at that. You can see the water line for there on that one big time. Yeah.
One death in Kerrville.
One death?
One death in Kerrville.
One death in Kerrville. He didn't know yet. He just got it from the news. That's probably why the helicopters were flying over. Yeah, I hope they'd be. I hope they're not going to charge me for water.
Hey, we're. Hey Ashley, so I'm right off of Main Street in Kerrville. I actually found this business right here by circumstance. I was making my way down Highway 27 and I saw this business completely destroyed. Check out all this asphalt completely ripped up. And then I met this man right here. This is Kevin Grona. He is the owner of Audio Visual Specialist here in Kerrville. His business has been destroyed by these floods. Kevin, tell me what happened this morning, what you walked into, and what we're seeing right in front of us.
So I left the house assuming that there would probably be a little bit of damage here in this area, but I wasn't assuming there would be this much. And I drove up, and my portable building that's located over here was in the middle of the street. So I focused on that, and as soon as I turned around and saw the asphalt damage with the van underwater and all the things, I came in the office and found that everything in the office was pretty much destroyed. All the inventory I had, which was quite a bit of inventory. All my TVs, audio equipment, the building has shifted, the tiles have fallen down, no electricity, water lines are broken. So quite a bit of things have been destroyed. Going through it all, deciding what we're going to do with what we've got, and make a list of everything and see how we can go from here. Unfortunately, I think that my building is probably going to be a total loss since it's off of it, shifted in the back. So I don't know that I'm ever going to be able to get that back where it's at. And then the inventory is going to be a pretty big loss. We're going to have a lot of stuff that we've lost, but we will survive.
Now, you showed me your work van a little earlier.
Yeah.
Just to give the audience an example of where this water got up to on Main Street over here right next to Town Creek. So this was the culprit of the major flooding. Why don't you show me your van right now and show me where we saw the water line a little earlier. And as you can see at home, this asphalt is completely destroyed in the area. As he shows us his work van.
So this van was parked over there, and now water is a foot into the top, which means it's probably in the 3-foot range high.
So about 3 feet of water has come over this area of Kerrville, and we have a lot of mud in this van as well too.
Yeah. I took some of the TVs and inventory and put them in here to keep them dry. Hopefully they'll be survived, but I don't think so. They're still pretty wet on the bottom, so I was just trying to salvage what I had. And then of course all those TVs are bad and thrown away, and we just going to go through what we got.
So where did all these come from?
They're all stacked in the wall for show, and they're all brand new in the box. Every one of those TVs were brand new Pro Frame TVs.
So you've been working all morning long clearing out this business. Why don't we head in the business
Sure.
right now and take a look at the damage that actually occurred in there?
If I can, yeah. So it is as you can tell, the floors and everything in here is pretty much destroyed, and the building has shifted, as you can see by the ceiling tiles. Once again, no electricity, so so we're going through a lot of different things here, but we'll make it through it.
Where did the water actually make it in this building right here?
The height of it was up to here.
So that's another 2.5, 3
feet,
foot.
Yeah.
So just tons of water in this business right now. Now, Kevin, what is the plan from here now that you've seemingly lost this business?
Most likely, just because of the state of the building as it is now, it's probably going to be a total tear down and start over.
Okay.
I'll probably have to rebuild the building and just hopefully get through what we got.
All right, Kevin. Well, he's very optimistic with the situation. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio. Again, this is right off of Main Street and Town Creek here in the city of Kerrville. I'll continue on the road. I'll let you know what else I see out here. Back to you.
Thank you.
How much damage did you see last year during the Kerrville floods? None.
Here in this building?
In this building.
Well, my dumpster moved. That was it.
That was it.
That was literally it. The dumpster moved last year. No water came inside the building, had building water under the building, but nothing inside the building. So it was a totally different flood than last year. The water came through the creeks, not the river this time, it seems to me. All down the creeks and not down the Guadalupe from Hunt.
And the name of the creek right here?
Town Creek.
Town Creek.
Town Creek, yeah.
So back in the studio, you know, I was making my way down Main Street right here, and a lot of debris all over the road, a lot of kind of what we're seeing in here. So it seems like this creek, Town Creek, really started to overflow and seep its way into the businesses that bordered it, even across the street. There definitely is a lot of damage up and down the street. A little earlier, we did see some tractors moving some debris off of the bridges in the area. But again, I think this part of Kerrville really did see a significant impact, especially that this man has now lost his business. I'll continue on. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio. Is there a business called Gibson's nearby?
Right there, that's Gibson.
Gibson's
that's right across the street from
is right across the street over here. Yep, it's this area has really seen some significant damage. Ted and Ashley? Ooh. All right, you can remove that microphone.
All right, well, you have safe travels and good luck.
All right, I appreciate it. I wish you the best of luck, sir. Thank you. Okay. The phone signal's very spotty. Hey, my phone signal's really bad. It's kind of going in and out. Yeah, absolutely. Kevin Grona, who was the gentleman I was talking to, extremely optimistic for the circumstances. It was a pleasure talking with him, and for him to even invite me in. I think that speaks larger to him as who he is as a person, to be optimistic like that in the face of something financially devastating. It's hard to see, start, like Marisa said, how incredibly difficult it is to start your own business and to stand on your own 2 feet and keep a business going is just out of this world tough. Very tough. Not only tough on you mentally, tough on your family, tough on the people who support you, and then to have it taken away. Again, I admire his optimism and his positive mental attitude that he was carrying in this extremely harsh time that he's facing. But moving on to where I'm at right now, I've pulled over off of the side of Highway 27. I'm still in Kerrville, taking a look at the Guadalupe right now. Still fast moving, still very wide, and we still have some rain coming down. Ultimately, I'm going to try to make my way up Highway 27 to see how far I can get into the Ingram and Hunt area, and stop along the way if I do come across anything that we saw earlier, like with the damage to that bridge, or if someone wants to talk to me like Kevin did at Audio Video Specialist. Just kind of surveying the damage. The most damage that I have seen did take place at that man's business. It looks like surrounding businesses as well were just in bad shape. And before we got to Kevin, I was mentioning how I did see those vehicles pushed up on rocks. I do believe that water got so high in that area that it moved those vehicles off the side of the road and pushed them onto these rocks in the area. So a lot of extensive damage right there on the address to that business was 98 West Main, right alongside Town Creek. Now, what I didn't show is that he also took me on the back side of that business too, and just there were chunks of foundation ripped off of that sidewalk there. So we did have some extremely fast moving, powerful water moving through that part of Kerrville, and unfortunately, like you were saying, we have seen loss of life in Kerrville right now, unfortunately. For the time being, I'm going to continue on Highway 27, head into the Ingram area, see how far I can get, see what's closed, and I'll keep updating you with what I see. Back to you guys in the studio. Okay. Hey Ted, yeah, I've continued moving towards Ingram, Texas. That's where I'm at now, just making my way into Ingram to survey kind of what's going on in the area. Making my way up here from that little section of Kerrville that I was at. The roads have been okay. We've tracked along the Guadalupe. Guadalupe is still very strong, still very powerful. The most damage I've seen really all morning with the human element involved in it is definitely near that audiovisual shop. 98 West Main is the actual address in Kerrville right now. Yeah, a lot of damage over there, a lot of high water due to that creek. They were right alongside the creek. It's called Town Creek. That water got severely high. Now, I'm not sure if I showed you or not, but we also saw vehicles in that area that had been lifted up, had large tree trunks under them on the side or on top of rocks. They were effectively moved by the amount of water in the area. Now, right now, I am continuing on Highway 27 towards Hunt, Texas, and it looks like this section of Highway 27 is also closed off. I'm just about to hit some barriers up here and reach Ingram city limits due to low water across this roadway. Now, I look past these barriers a little bit and I see some significant dips in this road along with the very muddied road. I can't confirm that I see water actively on the roadway right now, but this is a long stretch of 27 and this area definitely does flood. Not going to pass these barriers, going to turn around and head back towards Kerrville. I don't think I will be getting into Hunt, Texas today due to the floods, but keep in mind this river is still very tall, very raging. I would say that we're more in the cleanup phase now. I've seen a lot of tractors throughout Kerrville moving debris off of the roadway. Very active cleanup, very immediate response as well. But as I make my way back into Kerrville, I'll update you with anything else I come across. Back to you in the studio. In Ingram. Okay. Hey, yeah, I am in Ingram, making my way back to Kerrville. So my initial plan was try to make it to Hunt, Texas. Unfortunately, Highway 27 and Highway 39 are both closed. So Highway 27 to Mountain Home closed off. They have the barriers up. Highway 39 down to Hunt, Texas, currently closed off. Big law enforcement presence guarding these blockades as well. So we're seeing a lot of roads that lead down to the Guadalupe currently closed off with law enforcement presence as there. Well, now that I'm heading back down to Kerrville, we've had this kind of consistent rain continually falling on us throughout the city of Kerrville with low visibility and very low cloud ceilings as well. So rain continues to pour. I gotta say, this morning with what I've seen, the most damage that I have seen is definitely in the Kerrville area with that audio video specialist store being completely destroyed, as well as other businesses.
Oh yeah. We were doing a live stream like just moments before this, and we raced.
I've been trying to barely
Just one guy. Just one person talking.
Was it? We did, yeah.
Maybe
An hour ago, but I think it was live twice, and they're like, press conference, I'll be right on. So, in 10 minutes, all right, 5-minute drive.
Yes, sir.
Whatever, here you go.
We'll give it in just a minute. So you sign it? We'll do it in a minute. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. Y'all ready? Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Shane Slars. I'm the Kendall County Judge. I'm here with our Emergency Management Coordinator, Brady Constantine, and our Road and Bridge Chief, Donnell Evans. We're just going to give you an update on the current situation in Kendall County. This is reminiscent of last year's July 4th flood. We've taken on a significant amount more water than last year's flood. This morning there was about 200,000 cubic feet per second of water coming through the Guadalupe, which was significantly higher than last year. Fortunately, like last year, we suffered no loss of life and no significant injuries. Property damage and damage to roads and bridge is prevalent throughout the county. We're not able to do a full assessment of the damage at this point because there's still significant water. You'll notice that there is some red dye in the water by Comfort. At this point, it is not a safety concern for anyone. We've been told that it is just dye. It is nothing that's a health concern. In addition, we've had 2 official rescues at this point, but we've had multiple assists to bring people to our evacuation center. At its peak, our evacuation center has had about 68 residents. Right now, there's about 63. We're providing food and supplies to these residents. We've had multiple organizations donate their time and effort to, including HEB and some restaurants, so they're being provided for, as well as their pets. In addition, we have state assets on the ground assisting us, as well as our community partners, the City of Bernie, and all of our volunteer fire departments, law enforcement are out and about. Our wildlife agents are out and about as well. And so we have full assets on the ground assisting folks. So right now we're at a lull. We're expecting a second wave coming down the pipe sometime this afternoon. It's nothing going to be remotely close to what we've seen. So we believe we're through the worst of it, but it's important for our residents to remain vigilant. Please do not go through low water crossings. Please pay attention to the alerts that we're sending out. We're constantly sending out winds alerts and text messages to our residents, trying to advise them of the current conditions. Those are for your safety, and we please do not disregard them. I'm going to hand it over to our Emergency Management Coordinator to give you a little briefing about our preparedness and the steps we took in anticipation of this flood event. Brady?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brady Constantine. I serve as the Emergency Management Coordinator and the Director of the Fire Marshal's Office for Kendall County. Our day did start very early this morning, about 2 a.m. I've been in close contact with Kerr County Emergency Management, as well as the emergency managers for Gillespie and Bandera County through the majority of this weather event from several days ago. On Tuesday, the 14th, we had a coordination meeting in preparation for what could happen, what may happen without uncertainty, along with guidance from the National Weather Service. We didn't know where the water was going to hit or how much, and if it was going to affect us. So we held a coordination meeting with our law enforcement partners within our county, as well as all of our key role players when it comes to emergency services and an event like this. Transportation and resources were already secured and prepared for an event like this. After yesterday event down in the city of Bernie, we were prepared for additional rainfall. Again, uncertainty on how much or where it would land. But we did go ahead and start making notifications in partnership with the Comfort Volunteer Fire Department and with their chiefs and such that have been in this area for many, many years and have experienced this, to pre-plan and be prepared for this exact event that we have had today. Again, this day started about 2 o'clock this morning as the rainfall was imminent, and that it was going to affect our county. Me and my team, once we were up here, started monitoring the Kerr County side in coordination with Kerr County Emergency Management on what that looked like. The notifications went out early on, the 2 and 3 o'clock hour, to Kendall County elected officials and Kendall County Judge Shane Stolarczyk on the imminent threat. The public safety aspect was addressed in the very beginning with notifications through the federal IPAWS system for anybody on the Guadalupe to seek higher ground, that the river was going to rise rapidly. As he stated, we utilized our notification system, which is subscriber based, the wireless emergency notification system, to do the same thing continuously all the way through this event. As the waters touched Kendall County, we had already done multiple drive-throughs of the neighborhoods in lower Comfort area, Broadway, Water Street, and those that are closest to the Guadalupe. As he stated, we had several evacuations. That being said, majority of all of those were voluntary. We never had a mandatory evacuation put in place. They were voluntary, and majority of those were assisted. I can tell you that the public did get our notices, and were very great to work with. We were able to get everyone to high ground early on. We established a shelter as well as a staging center for additional resources coming, as well as any that may have been evacuated, which we did. Just north of Comfort at one of our Comfort schools in coordination with Comfort ISD. Our law enforcement partners here in Kendall County have supported us. The state of Texas, with our TDM representatives, have been very helpful, and we are grateful for that partnership through this entire event, as well as the city of Boerne and many, many other state partners. At this time, I can tell you that the last report that I had, which it may have increased just a little bit at this point, is 37 feet was the last crest that I had at 87 in the Guadalupe here in Comfort, which is almost on point with July 4th. However, the cubic feet per second, the CFS, is at a higher rate. We're seeing a wider footprint of this flood at this time, and as the judge stated, we're not going to be able to get a full grasp of damage assessment to personal property, county property, and state property until these waters have receded. In coordination with the National Weather Service, one-on-one, we do not anticipate additional heavy pockets of rain at this time through this afternoon. So we do expect the receding of the water so we can start working towards those assessments. At this time, the initial parts of the flood, the front of this, is working its way through Kendall County. Last report I had, it's just getting to the Cordillera area, River Mountain on the east side of our county. It has not hit the Comal County line at this time. That second wave, I do not anticipate it to come up and hit the height of what the first wave did. But we definitely are monitoring as that comes through with our gauges in coordination with the USGS and UGRA, Upper Guadalupe River Authority. So at this time, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah,
I can do a couple.
We've heard some mixed reports from residents. Were sirens set off once the water started to rise?
Yes, sir. The sirens were activated. I don't have those exact times. They will be able to get those in the days and weeks to come, because I do have it documented. They were manually triggered by the Comfort Fire Department. And generally the sirens are when we're watching the Cypress Creek. The Cypress Creek, whenever that water comes up, that is what affects the homes and the actual residents in downtown Comfort. The Guadalupe itself, as it comes up, we don't have houses and businesses that are actually in that minor, moderate, and major floodway of the Guadalupe. So the Cypress is what the key watch was as far as the sirens. We did do, as we were doing evacuations as secondary and third, we reinitiated the sirens, and that'll be documented with timestamps as well.
And what time roughly? I know we need the timestamps, but
I don't have a timestamp for you at this time. I would be off, and I I'll get it for you in the coming days.
Marshal, the evacuations that took place, what would have happened if you haven't evacuated those people? Were their lives in danger?
I think the question was, if we hadn't evacuated the people, would their lives have been in danger? I can't say for certain. We took all the necessary steps, just as we do in the emergency services and in the situation, right? We know that this is a low-lying area. The residents know this is a low-lying area. Being the early morning hours, I can tell you my job as emergency management coordinator is to be with our partners, with the surrounding counties, upstream specifically, and the partnerships that I've created with the National Weather Service, as well as my TDM partnerships. So I don't want to guesstimate on what could have happened or what would have happened. I just know what did happen. As the judge said, and I'll reiterate, at this time, to my knowledge and what has been relayed to me, I don't have any known missing people that are Kendall County residents that have been reported. I don't have any known fatalities reported at this time for Kendall County. Surrounding counties, I can't attest to any of that. I don't have any of that information.
But the most important thing on this event is we had notice. And so the notice allowed us to plan and prepare. Although we had a great response to the last flood, we were even better positioned this time to pre-position assets because we had some notice. So,
do you think that people, because of what happened last year, were more alert and maybe more responsible about their own decisions?
Absolutely. The hill country is known as flash flood alley, and so floods are not a surprise to them. What were we expecting a second flood 2 years in a row? No, but they knew how to handle themselves and knew how to take steps to take care of their own safety and property. Do you have a question?
Well, so the river rose 37 feet. Do you know how much it's receded and how much it's expected to rise again?
I'm going to be going out there when we get done here. The judge and I are going to start making some rounds to where we can. I don't know how much it has come down yet. I don't anticipate really getting into downtown Comfort until either late tonight or tomorrow morning.
Has the state provided any resources to back up your first responders?
Absolutely. We called, because of what happened yesterday in the city of Bernie, we already had some state assets, boat teams, ambulances and stuff that remained in the staging area in the Bernie area. What we did is, when not knowing where this storm was going to land and what was going to happen, they stayed overnight in case Bernie needed them or the Kendall County area, right? So when this became an imminent threat to Kerrville and we had rescues happening and such, it was easier for the state in communication with myself and the city of Bernie. We let those assets go ahead and move up there because they're that much closer to save life, right? Behind that, I said, as those are moving up, I asked the state, can you backfill that package that we had so that when this water does get here, if we end up in that situation, we have those assets here. And that's exactly what happened. We have crews from all over the state that are assisting right now, as well as Texas DPS, the game wardens, fire and ambulance and boats from everywhere.
And I want to make sure that everyone's aware that Chief Nim Kidd has been in direct contact with me multiple times, making sure that we had everything we need. So the state has been very vigilant and making sure that counties that are affected were adequately staffed and resourced. So the state has done everything that we've asked, and there's nothing that we're without at this time.
So I do want to go ahead and conclude this for right now. I will address one last thing. The red dye that everybody is going to see in the water, it is a facility down off of I-10 around the 525 mile marker. Their facility does have some water that came right off the river there that has come up halfway through the facility. I made contact in person with the owners of that facility this morning. They did move all of their large vehicles carrying fuel and oil to higher ground. That was a 500-gallon drum of red dye that generally goes into farm diesel and oil. They have offered me the MSDS, the material safety data sheet on that, to confirm that it is a non-toxic and environmental safety safe dye. That is going to be seen as that, as you see the footprint, that dye is going everywhere. But it is no threat to the public. I have been reassured, and I will be reviewing that MSDS as the fire marshal as well.
And so, one last thing I'd like to add is, for any residents, Homeowners in Kendall and Kerr can visit Hill Country Daily Bread Ministries because they have flood cleanup buckets and emergency food for all residents. Their location is 38 Cascade Caverns Road, Boerne, Texas 78006. Their phone number is 830-755-5200. And we'd like to thank all of our community partners for all their help.
Please continue to follow the Kendall County Office of Emergency Management Facebook for additional updates, and we will push those out as we have the availability to, and they're provided.
That is the official information from Kendall County leadership about what is the facts and status of the current situation. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you all.
I joined the party network, so
yes.
I'm coming from San Antonio. I just wanted to have your initial understanding. What is what you related to?
No, it's a different system.
Did you start the fire department first, or is it the town?
This is a town. This isn't a city, so
we're expecting a second wave
city of
Yes.
versus
Nothing
the
near what
township.
we saw.
Okay.
So
these sirens were manually activated.
Amount of damage
when the time was right,
still high levels of water,
because
but we know there's some
the polygons that get drawn by the
home
National Weather
damage,
Service,
infrastructure
they didn't hit the
damage.
triggers.
Look, David, at this point, your guess is just as good as mine. So this is Goat Creek, right off of Highway 27, in between Ingram and Kerrville. Now, you saw it live on air, what actually unfolded. Driving down, just like you said, driving down towards Kerrville, we saw those swift water rescue crews unloading. Now, keep in mind, 10 minutes I had passed this location just before, and I didn't see any first responders in the area. On my way back, however, different story. We saw them with their boats out there, and I said, I wonder what's going on here. And I circled around a side street from where they're parked, and I discovered this vehicle down in the water. At this point, not sure what's going on down here. It looks like first responder crews are just bringing a dog up here. So this is in fact the scene that they're trying to figure out what's going on. Now, we have those swift water rescue crews. It's unknown if there's someone in this vehicle, but I wanted to point something out as I was watching this. This water has receded quite a bit. So we had the water, it looks like from what I can tell from the grass, all the way up to where I'm at. That is several feet higher than where it's currently at. I haven't seen any movement in this vehicle as long as I've been watching it. I've been watching it about a solid 10 minutes at this point. Right now it looks like we have those dogs out trying to alert crews if there's anybody actively inside. If there is someone inside, they're in a whole lot of trouble. So what I believe happened when the waters were a lot higher, this vehicle might have been fully submerged underneath this water as this flood unfolded. If you excuse me, I'm going to need to move this umbrella really quick. So it's unknown if anybody is currently occupying this vehicle. Again, we have swift water crews on the scene right now. Could be an extremely hazardous situation if they need to perform an active rescue. But again, I haven't really seen any movement from this vehicle. I've been looking closely at the windows to see if I could see anybody trapped inside. I haven't been able to see it. It could be an unoccupied vehicle. Worst case scenario, there could be someone deceased in there. Best case scenario, it's unoccupied or someone is actively being rescued. Again, I believe this water was a lot higher earlier in this morning, and it has since receded down to where it's at now. Again, this is Goat Creek, right off of Highway 27 in between Kerrville and Ingram. Back to you guys in the studio. This gentleman right here does not have the dog. The dog is sort of gone on the other side of this scene. He's still on the scene. I'm not sure what the barking actually indicates. It could just be a barking dog. I don't know if he's actually close enough to smell anything. In fact, I'm not even entirely sure what the dog is being used for right now. Crews are getting closer to this vehicle, though. It looks like they're trying to make some kind of visual confirmation of a possible occupant. Keep in mind, if they have to get in this water and actively make a rescue, it's going to be extremely dangerous. That water is just completely unforgiving right now. A little earlier, I saw a large tree trunk just getting toppled in this mini waterfall right here. So the water is extremely fast moving, extremely dangerous. We just saw another large object fly through that water right there. Incredibly dangerous situation. I gotta say, this has to be, if these guys attempt to go in, it's gonna be incredibly dangerous for them to attempt to rescue someone out of this vehicle. Now they're making their way closer to this car, trying to poke through this brush. We're gonna have to monitor them. And yeah, they're getting really close to this car right here. So more crews arriving on scene. Yeah, so he's looking into the vehicle right now. I'm looking for some kind of sign that he sees someone inside it. At this point, we're not sure. Crews are just making their way to it. I can't tell if he's opening the door right now. It's a little difficult to tell. He is opening the door, so we have the door open. Let's see if I'm not hearing any screams or any helps or anything like that. Not sure what he's actively found in here. Or if it's unoccupied. This might just be a search right now. We're waiting and seeing. Again, the water is very quickly moving around this vehicle. It looks like they have some stable ground. He's now using his stick to poke inside of the vehicle. Not sure why he would be doing that. Yeah, I'm not seeing. Go ahead, Marisa. That could be a possibility, definitely. Yeah, it looked like he opened the door, hit something with the stick. They've now moved from that vehicle and they're searching the surrounding areas. Possibly no one was in this vehicle at the time. That's what it might have looked like. Now we have crews alongside Goat Creek right now, the Goat Creek water that's rushing past this vehicle. If I were to say that there might not have been anybody in that vehicle at the time, regardless, this is extremely dangerous for these first responders. They're very efficiently trained to handle this kind of situation. It looks like they're making their way a little further north. Again, like I was saying earlier, this area was completely submerged underneath water earlier this morning. That's what I can tell from the debris in the area, the grass in the area. Again, crews still actively searching around this vehicle. Let me see if I can get in a little closer here and see what they're actually doing behind this brush. So it looks like they might be making their way back up. Go ahead, Marisa. Yeah, absolutely. I can only imagine. Look, there is an opening underneath the highway. That's Highway 27. You see in between there, right, it goes right under there. Highway 27 is right here where all these vehicles are passing. On the other side of this, Goat Creek actually feeds into the Guadalupe. Goat Creek continues on just east of Highway 27. Not sure where this car might have come from. Definitely came from upstream and got caught up in this this brush over here. But it's pretty down there. I think my biggest concern is how long this vehicle was actually submerged underwater. I do believe that this water was a whole of a lot higher than what it is now. So we're talking hours underneath water until the point you see right here in front of me where this vehicle is partially submerged. The front end is submerged to the point where the water has receded enough to where it's actually exposed. Now I'm seeing the first responders back off. At this point, from what I can tell, I don't believe anybody was actively in this vehicle. Not sure what he was poking at, but it's definitely not a rescue situation currently that's unfolded in front of us. I might circle around and try to get a word and see if there was anybody actually in that vehicle. If it is, it turns into a rescue or a rescue to a recovery. But at this point, that's totally unconfirmed whether someone was actively in here or not. Back to you guys. Hey Brad, yeah, firstly, this is Goat Creek, which feeds into the Guadalupe. It's right next to Highway 27 in between Ingram and Kerrville. Now, we've been watching the scene unfold very intently. We saw first responders, a swift water rescue team, make their way down to this vehicle, open the door, and kind of prod in there with a stick. They had a dog with them as well. They have since backed off of this scene. I don't believe anybody is actively in this vehicle. I can't confirm whether there is someone in there deceased. It doesn't appear that way as the urgency is completely gone. But I want to illustrate something to you, what I've been able to tell from this scene. So we have this vehicle at the bottom of Goat Creek right now. Now I look at my surrounding areas, and it looks like the water was a whole of a lot higher than it was what we're seeing right now. So it looks like the water right below my feet might have made it up to here due to the way that the grass is just folded and moved in a certain direction. Could have possibly reached the bottom of this ledge here, extremely high water. So what I believe is that this vehicle is just now becoming visible, as it was submerged throughout most of the morning until waters rescinded. But again, first responders making their way to this vehicle, prodding around in it, and then backing off. At this point, we don't know what's going on in this vehicle, but we do know that it is not an active rescue at this moment. Brad? So initially, this I drove past this portion of Goat Creek on my way up to the Hunt Ingram area. I did not see any first responders, and then I circled back down this way, and within 10 minutes we had a swift water rescue crew on scene. I really found that that really perked me up. I needed to investigate that scene, and I made my way over to this other side of where they're actively parked right now. And that's when I discovered, hey, there is an active vehicle, or there is a vehicle that is down there caught in that brush. So we do, I can actually show you, we do have first responders parked over here on this opposite side, right off of Highway 27. Obviously, I don't want to interfere with what they got going on, so I decided to make my way over to this side street just to figure out what they were working, and that's when I discovered that this car down here, still caught in the very fast-moving and fast rushing waters. But another point that I'd like to illustrate is that how fast and how deadly these waters are. Now, moments ago I did see a large piece of lumber spinning and turning in this little waterfall right here. So incredibly dangerous situation for these first responders. If this was an active rescue, they are risking their own lives to save this person, even making their way down there. Just incredibly brave, and takes a whole lot of bravery, and you know, these guys are very thoroughly trained and know what they're getting into, but it's just incredibly brave in the conditions that they face. Again, I'm going to try to make my way over to these first responders, see if I can figure out, or if they're able to give me a statement on what actually occurred here. But at the time being, I don't believe there is an active rescue. Back to you guys. No, so this is Goat Creek. It could have happened a little further east. This car could have been swept down. Again, Goat Creek does feed into the Guadalupe River. That's the direction that this water is flowing into right now, so straight into the Guadalupe. Could have happened upstream a little bit. At this point, we're not sure. Hey, David. Highway 27 in Goat Creek. It's probably where it came from. That's pretty far. That's pretty far for me. Highway 27. No, it's in between Ingram and Kerrville. It's just north of Kerrville. To the RV park? Maybe, maybe not. The rain is still questionable for flying. It's still coming down pretty good. We're okay with the ceilings, but yeah. All right. Bye. was on IFB 3. Hey, we can't be doing any droning. I just looked. We have 3 very large TFRs stretching from Hunt and Ingram down to nearly San Antonio along the Guadalupe River and I-10. Oh yeah, that was very lucky. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Uh-huh. Where's Joe? Joe can't make it? Oh, a missing man. Look. Junction Highway is Highway 27. That's exactly where I was at. I'm right next to the Jalisco business. I saw it. I'm right here. They're searching for. I'm on scene. We have crews down in Goat Creek actively searching for someone. Yep, that's him. Okay. Okay, well, I'm here. We have crews prodding and poking around down in the creek bed. I don't know how close I'll be able to get, especially since we don't have a drone, but I'm right where that car was is directly behind the Jalisco restaurant on Highway 27 in Goat Creek. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, let me see what I can do. It's a very it's private property. I'm gonna see how close I can get. Yep, bye. Hey, Luis. Just a heads up. Can you put out a group email? They have 3 very large TFRs that don't expire till 6 p.m. tonight. They just put them up. All the way from Hunt and Ingram down to nearly San Antonio, all along I-10, Guadalupe River. They threw them up. I'm not sure, but they threw them up pretty recently. Just to let you know. Yep, for sure. I'm in Kerrville right now. Okay, thanks. Bye.